in internationality, other cultures, other nationalities, other people, to villages that otherwise they wouldn't have this touristic interest and entrance of people, and how they can be negatively affected. For example, there are small villages where there is only a road to go to some land, to work in the land, and they had to go in tractors. I don't know, is the name in English, tractors, and sometimes a tractor goes and a pilgrim and a tractor don't fit in the same road. So this was something that we heard about some village in Galicia. The other actors, the tourist hospitality services, the hostel managers, hospitaleros, very different, the concept and the real role of hospitaleros from hostel managers. The restaurant managers, the tour guides, other professionals or other services like to carry the bags. This is a service that can be or have been done privately, but also here in Spain, Correos. It's a public company, the mailing post company, has offered these services that I take your bag here, and I will drop it in the next, in the end of the stage, so you can walk without your kilograms in your bag. The shops, souvenirs, the museums, we find very interesting the museology of pilgrimage. We have only one big museum of pilgrimage. We tried to have some technician or the responsible here, but finally we couldn't have it here. But I think it's very interesting, the museum, the pilgrimages museum, and to have some museology of pilgrimages. Maybe for some of our entrepreneurs projects like the La Abadía, the Camino, we can think about that. And we still have other services like pharmacies, shops. We have also the different local and regional and national administrations and international. For example, in the Camino de Santiago we have Xacobeo. It's a big company, mixed public-private. Or we have, in the sense of internationality, the Council of Europe, the European Institute of Cultural Goods. We have the Church, very important actor in the Caminos de Santiago, very important. And we have researchers, as us, but not only anthropologists or people interested in cultural heritage, but you can find lots of articles in academic journals about psychology or sports science or health science about what is it, the experience of walking, what is the effect for the mind, for the body, all this. We find also the Association of Friends of the Camino. We have the luck, we are lucky that we have here Mario Pavel is after me speaking as a representative of these associations with a very special view of the St. James Ways. We have guides, not so I'm not speaking now about the human guides, but the website guides, like the Eroski guide, very important for the Camino de Santiago. Eroski is a big commercial shop, international, but specialized in the Camino de Santiago, has many visitors and many people taking this guide, this internet guide, to prepare their way, their route. And we have very important also writers and filmmakers that can really have an impact in the routes, in the pilgrimage routes, as Paulo Coelho, for example, or some German writer that wrote a book on the Portuguese Camino de Santiago, St. James' Way, and they started to see that pilgrimage started to took alternative ways, the German pilgrims. So they found that it had something to do with this book, this bestseller that was being written by a pilgrim. Some statistics, this is what we are always showing. Gerardo Pereira showed a little bit yesterday. This is the male pilgrims, 53, and women, 47. It's very interesting to see that there is a process of feminization of the pilgrimage route. For example, Camino Mozárabe de St. James, as we saw yesterday, has now only 30% women and 70% men. I think this, in the future years, will change and will be more similar like this. General statistics will balance men and women. This is about the people walking by feet, doing the pilgrimage route by feet or bicycle. By horse, there are some, but in the total global statistic of a year, they are not really significant. And this is a wheelchair, so for disabled people, they are not still really in the statistics. The age of the pilgrimage, we find a significant, relevant percentage of people, pilgrims more than 60 years old, and also less than 30 years, but from 30 to 60, we have a majority of pilgrims. Okay, motivation. This is a little bit complicated to interpret because religious, cultural, they put it together, only cultural or only religious. These are statistics from the Cabildo, so when you, as a pilgrim, reach Santiago, you are offered two kinds of Compostela, the religious and the civil. People maybe, even when they are not, they have not done the pilgrim way by religious reasons, you get a certificate with your name in Latin, more beautiful than the other Compostela. Maybe you say, okay, even in Compostela religious, I want that souvenir better than the other. So I will say I've done it with religious motivation. I don't know if it is really a normal case, but we can think about that. This is a phrase of Hospitalera and Cacaoso that we are going to meet tomorrow. As she said like this, 1 out of 10 is a pilgrim. And this is because there is a saying that when or where the tourist demands, the pilgrims thanks. Donde el turista exige, el peregrino agradece. So this is very important for the relationship between hostel or hospitaleros, hostelmanes, and pilgrims. Okay? Following with the statistics, it's very important. The nationality of here it's for Spanish pilgrims, the region where they are. The nationality of foreign pilgrims. Italians are now the first. German United States, Portugal, France, United Kingdom, Ireland, and the rest. In Korea, for example, growing up in numbers, etc. By professional occupation, it has not such a. We have here some categories very clustered, working or employed, students, this was liberal profession, retired, reformed, technicians, they are categories chosen by the Cabildo. What is the way that is most followed? Of course, we have the French way, as we saw yesterday, the Portuguese. This is the Portuguese, is the coastal way. The north, growing and growing, the primitive, and our Via de la Plata with 9,200 a year and growing. Because what we know is that the French way is reaching a saturation point in some seasons, and we could say exposing tourists to other ways. Very important also the point, the starting point. The starting point is really important because it makes an impact for the city of the village that is considered a starting point. The Mozarabic ways that we saw yesterday start with or due to a principle, that is the way starts in the home of oneself. Oneself's home. This is a principle that has developed all these Mozarabic ways. We can say that we can do the St. James way from our home. This can be a principle for a starting point. This is very important. The distance, and probably Mario will talk about this also, the distance you need to walk to get the recognition as a pilgrim, the Compostela. Nowadays it's 100 kilometers, but there are proposals to expand this distance to 300 kilometers. This is very important because if we see here the starting points, not Sarriá, not Saint de Port, but after Tui, Oporto, León, these starting points are just close to the 100 kilometers. But if they expand to 300 kilometers, this norm to get the Compostela, you will have very different numbers in these farther locations, places. So another thing important is the credential, and these are the Obispado, the Church Santiago, don't want the Lugo, the Church of Lugo, another Galician city, to interfere in the credential, because it was a proposal of Lugo to issue another credential different than the one the pilgrims use. Okay, the Camino de Santiago as a place mark, as a iconic image of Galicia. They have really taken the Camino as a iconic. And this is Galicia, el buen camino. Galicia, the good way. It's an institutional publicity of Junta de Galicia, of the Galician government, to publish all Galicia. Galicia as a touristic place, whole Galicia. It's el buen camino. We find phenomena of globalization of the way and globalization in the way. This is a curious term that we found in Peter Jamari. We met this anthropologist curious how the Santiago is taken as model, as David Ward Perkins was saying yesterday, as a model for everybody, and probably in a way that shouldn't be. For example, the way of Santiago has linked institutionally with two pilgrimage routes in Japan. One is linear, but the other is circular. So there are two very different models, Shikoku and Kumano Kodo and Shikoku. These are the two ways that have linked and have taken St. James Way as a model, or as an inspiration. So we find this communalization phenomenon or process. And these are also signals of an Anglo-global aesthetic. This is like an association for pilgrims in Santiago, but with an aesthetic very similar as a backpackers hostel, what we call it Anglo-global aesthetic. Okay, this is the curious things of the Camino de Santiago in the landscape, in the rural landscape. We find many trees marked with the arrow, stones marked with the arrow. This is curious because when you are in the middle of nowhere, these fields enjoying nature, it's very breaking, finding some garbage. So I have highlighted how a little can or a little garbage in a way where it's completely natural, not science, can really annoy you, can really break your... Okay, I don't know the time, nobody is measuring me here the time, but what time is it? I don't want to take too much, so I will just say that there are many social interactions in all these actors that we saw, and we are trying to work in this, researching these kind of interactions. These are curious findings of an anthropologist in the Camino de Santiago. The anthropologist asked, where is going, where does it pass, the Camino de Santiago? And the local says, I don't know, nobody called Santiago. Okay, this is a very long presentation, just to see this curious paradox. The pilgrimage is a slow, fast traveling, slow, fast tourism or traveling, because the pilgrim goes slow and he can stop, but really in the high seasons, his warriors is to reach the hostel before the others, to get the bed and not to get the hostel full. So he goes slow, but he goes quick also to arrive at the hostel before it's full. He goes slow and he sees the villages, the surroundings, the peripheral of the villages that are not so for tourists normally. And he goes with time, because he normally escaping the hot, he arrives with time of having lunch, having dinner, and visit the cultural heritage of these end points of the states. Okay? But there are also other cities, the big cities, that they don't really have time in just an afternoon or an evening to visit really many museums or cultural heritage. So it's a little bit paradoxal, this way of slow, fast traveling. With this, I end and give our next lecturer stage.
Usa el alámbrico,
Sí.
hablaré de pie, tú mandas sobre las...
¿Qué tiempo te va a dar? Sí, sí. Vale. O si no,
avísame de aquí 10 minutos. Has estado 20 minutos me das, ¿no?
sí.
Entonces tú adelantas la...
Sí, te voy pasando.
No, voy a estar de pie.
¿Eso es para marcar o
No,
para señalar?
no, para hablar, ¿no? Es un micrófono. Pues sea la primera, sí. Bueno, hace falta.
O te presentas tú si quieres.
Primera diapositiva.
Es esta, ¿no?
I am Mario Clavel, good morning, buenos días, vivo en Santiago de Compostela y la vida, y no soy gallego, soy profesor de literatura universal, la estancia en Santiago me ha ido atrayendo hacia el camino, que soy fundador de la Asociación Gallega de Educación de Santiago y ahora mismo periodista de dos publicaciones jacobeas, Peregrino, que es el órgano de la Federación Española de Asociaciones de Amigos, y Libredón, que es uno de los boletines de asociaciones, en este caso el boletín de mi asociación. Por favor. Tengo unas cuantas diapositivas, fotografías hechas por Manuel González Vicente, un fotógrafo profesional que en 1999 publicó el libro Peregrinos de fotografías en blanco y negro, muy sugestivas por algún motivo. De entrada a Galicia, con el camino francés, o febrero. El peregrino a pie, bajo la mochila, a menudo solitario, entra en Galicia. Refleja en mi opinión el tipo de peregrino que yo y personas como yo de asociaciones o de la nueva fraternidad internacional del camino y como tantos propietarios de albergues proponemos y mantenemos como el núcleo duro de la peregrinación a Santiago, con estas características de sobriedad, espacio abierto, tiempo para la reflexión, para la oración, compatible con centenares de encuentros muy gratificantes con otros peregrinos de procedencia infinita y penas y tertulias en los albergues al final del día. Bueno, es lo que se ha pasado. Werner, a la derecha, Werner Osterwalder, en su mismo peregrinación acompañó de su loca, la traba con su mono, que llevaba desde Saint-Jean de Port a la mochila 2 kilos más de carga, decía ella, para presentarse ante el patrón de una forma digna. Bueno, eso es primero de 2002, pero he abierto esta mañana esta carta última desde el año 1990 y tantos. Werner y yo somos amigos peregrinos. Werner Osterwalder es un pequeño cónsul de Zúrich, suizo. Por tanto, y aquí me dice, como siempre, un recorrido de la vía Regia, no conocía, lo había hecho el dice amigo Mario, Zúrich, el 18 de junio, que ha recibido tarde porque estaba fuera de España. Caminos lejos, horizontes inmensos, una fascinación. El día 3 de julio, comienzo de ir, ya está de camino, la vía Regia, porque me dijo es un camino de tantos rutas, si queréis, que rodea los países de la Unión Europea, con más o menos variantes que no conozco los kilómetros, eso ya es difícil, no sabe cuánto va a caminar. Pero 3 meses o 3 meses y medio. Así pienso en llegar a Santiago en las meses de septiembre y octubre, que Santiago nos ayude. Hasta la próxima, hasta la vista. Espero hablar con él cuando de Chequia y está, pero no funcionó. Ejemplo de periodismo reincidente, ejemplo de la interés oriental, esta es japonesa, donde hay una asociación de amigos que camino en Japón, Tokio, pero son los coreanos, como he sabido, dentro de los orientales, porque más han subido. Otro ejemplo curioso, Jacques Camila, también amigo mío, falleció peregrinó 5 veces, recuperó la fe cristiana en Santo Domingo de la Calzada, en La Rioja, camino francés, mientras peregrinaba en 1902. La fotografía juega con la paradoja y el aspecto chocante del encuentro entre un francés que solo hablaba inglés, aparte francés, y una buena señora que obviamente solo hablaba un gallego rural. Pero el camino produce esos encuentros pasajeros, o no, pero completos pasajeros tan llamativos como este. Jacques Camila, que era un ingeniero francés, que era aeronáutico, esto en la Segunda Guerra Mundial fue, no sé por qué, un camino capturado por los colaboracionistas de trenes seguramente, seguramente sí, y estuvo en un campo de detención o de concentración en España hasta el final de la guerra. Y siguió su trabajo cerca de Versalles, cerca del país, en Versalles, de industria. Y hizo varias veces el camino a su manera. Jadot, Chipirones, decía cuando le dio a los finales los chipirones y algunas historias que quizá puedan salir. Otro caso, por tanto, de peregrino solitario, reincidente y cogido por la fuerza transformadora y espiritualizadora del camino por principio. 2 personas, bueno, esta y la que está después, Jaime Carlos, dice, Lori Bennett, británico-canadiense, expresidenta de la Confraternidad, vive ahora en Febrero, es decir, en el norte de la provincia de Lugo, justo a la entrada del camino francés en Galicia. Ella es una investigadora de, bueno, pionera del camino, del resurgimiento de los años 80, 90 del camino francés, cuando puso en práctica algo que ahora es cada vez más frecuente, el camino patrocinado o el camino patrocinado por alguien que financia con una intención publicitaria de deportiva, de seguimiento de los peregrinos contemporáneos con ellos en contacto personal, yendo más allá de la abundancia de escritos y libros históricos acerca de los orígenes de Aníbales del Camino, el caso del apóstol, relatos de peregrinos, Aníbales, etcétera, etcétera. Nancy trabajó sobre los peregrinos actuales. ¿Y qué pasó? Pues por ejemplo, de los bastante numerosos peregrinos que, fascinados por no solo el camino, sino por lo que supone descubrir rincones poco habitados, lugares atractivos, por el estilo del español, que es muy sugestivo, pues casó con José y vive cerca de Santiago, pues usted seguro que hay un americano, Santiago, se llama uno, el otro Diego, pues lo mismo. En fin, y es una organizadora, tipo de, lo que sois vosotros, algunos de vosotros, entrepreneur, o sea, emprendimiento, de facilitar y organizar a distancia, en principio ella desde su casa, peregrinaciones en solitario, en grupo, de todo el camino, desde donde sea, o desde Pedro, desde igual hasta Santiago, asistiendo por su información muy abundante de lo que estoy encontrar un angloparlante en el camino, policía, números de asistencia rápida, precios, vocabulario mismo. Los sábados de verano, ahora es ya mayo, octubre, la temporada se va ensanchando la temporada alta, porque el aumento de peregrinos cada año es inquietante. Esto es el presbiterio del altar mayor de la Catedral de Santiago, la imagen del apóstol en el altar mayor está a la izquierda, y hay una muy rápida, o sea, muy thrilling, de peregrinos que hacen bendiciones, oraciones o dan testimonios como esto, todo de ello en Banco de los Libros, ¿no? Que cuentan su vivencia de peregrinera, los que tuvieron su transformación interior, su conversión, si la hubo, en fin, y el efecto de invitación que hace que sea un encuentro los sábados por la noche de 8:30 a 9:30, que os recomiendo. Ejemplo que converge con lo que atrae a, si no me equivoco, a algunos de vosotros aquí, el turismo religioso. Este grupo pedido de Trinidad Tobago hace exactamente turismo religioso, exactamente porque visita Lourdes, Santiago, Fátima, relativamente vertical, Lourdes de los libros franceses, Santiago, noroeste de España, y Fátima a una jornada de autobús, y algunos, bueno, si tienen dinero y tiempo, Roma, Tierra Santa, ellos o otros grupos. Esto es muy chocante, un grupo, lo que yo hice la foto, porque no alguna otra de grupos que africanos suficientemente bien estantes, o sea, para un viaje de ese tipo. Acogida de peregrinos que hermano parlantes después de la misa de 12. Usted echa 3 palmas a uno de los padres que me conocería, pero no recuerdo su nombre, que indican, como veis en alemán, en la puerta norte, donde la carrera, donde salen los peregrinos, a mantener un encuentro en alemán, en unas organiza masivas peregrinaciones de coreanos, surcoreanos, y hace cargo y llega a su red, todas sus infraestructuras, de manera que a toda Palestina, corriendo una misa coreana en esta capilla, una por casa menor, como no puede ser menos, y luego corriendo a no sé dónde. Ahora mismo hay un albergue coreano, servicio de voluntarios coreanos en Madrid, en el barrio de Madrid, que acoge a los concertados coreanos que atraviesan el mundo coral sin tener palabras en castellano y apenas 4 palabras de inglés, llegan solos a las cosas de la madrugada a Barracas y bueno, por el camino a un año ya se encarga este nuevo alquista de recoger, cuando se lo anuncia, peregrinos coreanos que vienen a Barracas, lo lleva a su pequeño albergue, los encamina hacia San Cándido de Bosque, la Francia de Montañas, etc.
Llegamos a los 20 minutos.
¿Perdón?
Llegamos a los 20 minutos.
Texto. Bueno, ya está. Ahora dejo siendo primero, ahora hay 33 itinerarios culturales en Europa. Sí. Antes de esa declaración, el Camino de Santiago ya era un conjunto de caminos bien identificados que se recorren aquí desde el siglo IX en dirección a la tumba apostólica. Ahora los que tienen ya entonces por lo menos hasta el mar, Fisterra o Uxía, la emoción de un oráculo que tiene más verde, la mar océana, etc. Pero bueno, el Camino de Santiago está documentado como la tumba del apóstol Santiago y la prolongación del Gran Cristo de Fisterra o Santa María las Aleas o las asesinadas. Es anterior y ajeno al concepto de turismo, desde la idea de entrada donde yo no destaque aquí como un platillo, mantengo conmigo el núcleo duro de lo que llamo los fundamentalistas coloniales y se hace falta yihadistas sin bombas. Bueno, en el sentido de que el camino que se recorre a pie, una mochila, como habéis visto en la foto 2, y se refiere a albergues llenos de toda la comodidad y a veces con bastantes chinches, algunas a hoteles, pero y no matan de todos los niveles. Tiene un origen primitivo sentido cristiano católico. Visitar la tumba del apóstol, que fue decapitado en el 44 d.C., tras recordado por sus discípulos desde Palestina y enterrado en el lugar actual. Fue conocido, se mantuvo entre los documentados por tumbas, culto litúrgico, un fuerte del siglo XVI, y que hasta el siglo IX hay silencio. Algunos otros lugares que animales de difícil acceso, guerras, epidemias o por otras razones que hacen que pierdan atractivo. En el siglo IX que se encontró sepultado desde entonces hay aspectos ocultos y cuestiones ocultos en el sentido de poco conocidos y cuestiones negativas, dado lugar que algunos llamamos la cuestión jacobea, que es por una denominación que ha creado hace unos meses mi amigo Alberto Solano para publicar este libro que pensaba regalarle a Martín.
Si lo vas a leer.
Sí.
¿Lo vas a leer?
Espera.
Que recoge el estado de la cuestión de todos los puntos que aquí dos menos claros. Él es un cantante profesional bajo el ritmo del coro de la comunidad autónoma de Madrid, pero es un médico que ha sido de Serbia, como no se llama Samuel, pero bueno, finalmente es cantante y es un freelance que revisa y está libre de todas las aportaciones arqueológicas, documentales, textos recuperados, referencias en libros o capítulos despertado otros caminos medievales, la de Partísina, de la que no vamos a hablar aquí, sino próximamente San Olá, camino perdido de Oslo hasta Trondheim, en la parte del país, en la Nidaros, donde está encargado San Olá. El camino de Urles, inventado por el mío, camino de la Parecida, que es clásico en Brasil, o camino de las Misones, camino de misioneros en Brasil, o de brasileños con los pasos de la Chile para el mundo. Invenciones imitadoras, porque el Camino do Sol, que un amigo mío brasileño, pues desde Sao Paulo, buscó un pueblo que tenía como patrón a Santiago, y consiguió que entregaba el resultado de la imagen del apóstol, y ha montado, asegurándose de la seguridad, colocando un mínimo de infraestructura que como tren de la Santiago puedan hacer el camino do Sol. Bueno, el año pasado, 61 millones de visitantes que son en playa, en su mayoría visitaron España, llegaron a Galicia 4,5 millones, pero claro, el de Santiago es el lugar más visitado de Galicia, ahí se junta el interés religioso cultural, se mezclan turistas religiosos, turistas culturales, peregrinos, simples visitantes y raperos, ¿no? ¿Algo más?
Quedan 3 o 4. ¿Podemos hacer una conclusión así?
Bueno, la conclusión por el último.
Esta
Las prácticas sí, de reacción ante el riesgo del camino es frágil, lo de morir por moda, por mercantilización, banalización, falta de información suficiente del peregrino que viene de Canadá y de por este religión. Y entonces,
perdón, es que
buenas prácticas, pues he dicho una, pero al ver desde lo nativo, pero este peregrino encantadoras, espacios de reflexión en tantos sitios, 86 lugares de acogida cristiana que podría proporcionar varios miles de peregrinos que de los italianos que hablan de los albergues éticos de interés, gente bien estante, vinculada a los superiores, señoras de local, 15 días para limpiar la tarde y saludar a los peregrinos. Es lo último. Gracias.
just for those that don't understand Spanish, just to say that Mario has put here a perspective Jacobean, more defending that pilgrimage is something that was before Turin's, and that somehow it's other thing. It's another thing that Turin's, and we had to keep that in mind. Okay, so I call Jose Soto and Lidia to keep moderating, coordinating this panel, and Senado Pereiro the next.
Gerardo Pereiro is professor in UTAD in Portugal, and his conference is titled Intersecting Journeys, Approach to the Anthropology of Turing's and
Fíjate que está ahí, bajando para abajo tiene que salir.
Good morning, everybody. My presentation today is a relationship, a reflection about the relationship between tourism and pilgrims in a new context, in a new time, where peregrination, pilgrimage has become in a new sense, in a new human activity, con new sense, new actors, in a cultural collage, very different than 20 years ago, or the romantic image of pilgrimage roads as a way, as a cultural road. First consideration about this relationship from an anthropological point of view is that cultural roads are expanding by all the planet and repetition of the models. How many cultural roads, how many pilgrimage roads can we get, can we support? Has any limit? We have cultural roads by every place in the world. Why? This general increase of these roads by the global tourist market and the tourist development of many territories has many sense. For example, many cultural roads are a strategy of production of difference to input the position of touring destinies. It is giving value to the singularity, the tradition, the local history, the living history, the travel to the past representations. The past is a foreign country. The past is a foreign country in that roads. Cultural roads as a new category of cultural heritage, reinforced by the recognition of UNESCO, for example, European Council, and so on. Cultural roads are an instrument for visitors also to know territories, to know in a simple way, not ever in a deep way, but Martin speaks about fast travel, fast tourism, sometimes. The cultural roads reinforce the contemporary values of freedom, independence, and individuality. Perhaps besides sometimes the values or the reinvented values of sociability, community, and solidarity in some places. The cultural roads today focus on the gaze, of visitor, photos, panoramic views, and other rituals and narratives. A lot of narratives about these cultural roads. Tourist guides, books, maps. Mario Clavel speaks about Paulo Coelho, The Way, and other good examples of that. And the gaze and narratives are very important in the tourist experience of these cultural roads. A cultural road is a divulgation of a territory and its attributes, but many times is made from an external and tourist market view. Not from the local perspectives and values. And sometimes has been producing conflicts, shocks between the two discourses, the external and internal. There are many topics and cliches repeated in the brochures of the cultural roads, caused by the external and tourist market view. Usually there is a lot of attention to the past and less to the present conditions of the local people and their cultural contemporary situation. It is a frozen past presented or represented for a tourist market. Cultural roads also, is an universal recipe to create particular narratives and subjects. This is the difference. Is good for value money. Difference is cultural capital to make business sometimes. Historical pilgrims, as Mario Clavel said, is proto-tourism. But there were different motivations and practices of the pilgrims in the history. Pilgrims is a drama representation of the life, is linked with religion, sacred space and tourism, more profane spaces. Pilgrim is a physical effort that joins mind, body in a social and cultural space. It's a body ritual sacrifice to sanctify the mind, enrichment the soul, and it's good for body, walking, cycling. Pilgrims are looking for this, looking by the sense of life, peace, introspection, sociability is very important in their experience. Running away for something as the contemporary tourists. But from another perspective, in the Power Arena, Catholic Church, local, regional, national and transnational governments and institutions act as local agents in a collage of links and relationships very difficult to understand in the Power Arena. In the case of pilgrims to Santiago de Compostela, the way to Santiago de Compostela, the way of St. James, has been converted in an ideal archetype of peregrination or pilgrims today, repeated in many parts of the world, also in Brazil, for example. Also in Brazil, that is a very important development of the roads to Santiago in the Brazil country. But the renizification of the ways to Santiago, it is a process of recreation of cultural context, mixture of new narratives and imaginaries in an eclectic and postmodern collage. History, spirituality, esoteric, psychotherapy, souvenirs from Taiwan, China, images from the south of Spain, of folkloric Spain in Galicia, souvenirs made in China, sold by local people as a representation of local culture, and so on, so other paradoxes. The domination of the Santiago pilgrim installation by the rules of global consume has been subordinated to the outside values of market tourism. That is no good or bad or good. I am not doing a moralization of tourism. I am only open minds, open critical views of the tourification of the cultural roads. Fragmentation and inequalities in the territories where the roads crosses with many territorial disarticulation is no percentage, is high by the official discourse many times, the official discourse of the cultural roads. Other problem associated with that is the low cooperation between stakeholders will be, and is that a serious problem in many cultural roads, not only in pilgrims roads. Alternatives of potential new ways or alternative possibilities from the local people and the researchers. to underline the local, the native and ethnic symbolic contents, the uses of space. For example, Mario Clavel said that the Cathedral of Santiago is the more visitor attraction in Santiago and in Galicia. But the reality is that the second attraction in Santiago de Compostela is the market. The market, the public market, the municipal market, is the second, is massive, a massive visit, a massive place visited in Santiago de Compostela. In the same way that the cathedral. Many people today don't visit the cathedral, but visit the market, the municipal market. It's a new challenge for the management of cultural roads and the touristic destiny. The use of space is more complicated in today. Governance and participation of local stakeholders in the model design, in the planning and the management of the road. To reinforce an ethnic perspective of cultural heritage and to develop a multidisciplinary scientific approach to the creation of the cultural roads, to integrate and cooperate with the local stakeholders and to convince and demonstrate the benefits of the road, not ever positives, and taking responsibility by the management, the collective management and benefits of the road. That is all. Thank you by the attention. Questions?
There is many questions. No? Carlos?
Falta esta pluma. Lo hacemos en pluma.
No, Carlos.
Ah, Carlos.
Martín, el millor fiscal.
¿Dónde? El escritorio. Ahí están cargando.
Okay, good morning. Dia. Dia. Okay. I thought it was by myself here. Okay. I'd like to branch with the previous speakers and wonderful child. Nancy Craig, whom I know very well, fantastic job in her publication. She is considered one of the work of arts when you study folk revisions to St. James. Cheryl was, what you presented, what I want to present is a bit of a sequence of what you have presented earlier, what you just finished presenting. And one thing that stood in mind was when you said frozen past. What I teach is more transit innovation first. So frozen past is not something that I deal with very much, because usually so we need to unplug the freezer to defrost what we have in order to turn it more competitive. Today, it has to be very competitive. Our product has to be very good to be competitive, or else we're not going to get anything to it. Okay, what I want to present is a bit of what I teach in the master level, master course. I take little pieces from each lecture. And I came prepared. I mean, what I was to present, I could talk for about 2 or 3 hours. I cut it down to an hour. Last time I cut it a bit more. This morning I cut it a bit more. try to get it into half an hour, and I'm trying to put here, the chronometer. Okay, start, okay. So I can control myself. Trends to emissions first, yes, we have to freeze the past if we want to be competitive. Okay? So, what I propose is from various writers, a bit of research that I do by students, with the students who do lots of market research. 4 market research projects that we kind of involved, all with the master students. So we're going to go a bit over each one. Okay, so the strength of the presentation, basically to show a paradigm shift from place-based, a lifestyle-based approach to the pilgrimage path, bridging tangible and intangible elements of heritage. Linkages between landscape, agricultural practices, the shrine, and involvement of residents. This is what we would argue. If we want to innovate tourism, if we want to innovate in terms of the pilgrimage paths, pilgrimage routes, we need to take this into consideration. And then I'll use some of these market study results to understand motivations and behaviors of tourists. Now, I presume that everyone comes from the tourism background. So what I'm going to start with is something very basic. It's first year tourism studies. But I figured that not everyone's a tourist, so maybe to put it into context so we can understand what I'm going to show next. So basically, remember the objective of tourism. And normally we have about 5 objectives of tourism. We want to attract visitors from new markets. That's why we're looking into pilgrimages as well. Generally, we want them to stay longer. We love when they stay longer because they spend more money, okay? Which is the 3rd objective. And then extended tourism season. Tourism has a problem with seasonality. We want to try to overcome seasonality, so extend the tourism season. And then track niche special interest tourists. We know for a fact that special interest tourists spend a lot more money than the regular or the mass tourists. Okay? So we want to focus increasingly on special interest tourists. We want to offer specific, especially when we talk about culture. With culture very fragile, so we don't want to massify the culture to tourism. We want to work with special interest tourists to also promote the cultural resources. How do we achieve these objectives? Basically by providing a range of tourism experiences, things to do, things to see. And usually for my students, listen, the day has 24 hours. Okay? Let's say that we spend 8 hours sleeping. In Portugal, in Europe, they have studies for everything. Okay? And there's a study on which people spend the most time around the table. Guess who comes in first? Portuguese. Okay? We spend lots of time around the table. So let's say we spend 8 hours because in Portugal we have the morning. We don't have a good breakfast in Portugal. We have a very quick breakfast. Okay? Coffee, buttered roll, something like that. Then mid-morning snack. Lunch, mid-afternoon snack, dinner, and maybe even something before we go to bed. So we spend lots of time with food, okay? So let's say 8 hours. So 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours around the table. I don't say just eating, but it's a lot more than eating. It's a lot of socializing. Okay? So we have 8 hours left. 8 hours left, but we have to keep the tourists busy if we want them to stay long. For example, we're coming from the Underscale. We have studies that show that the visitors to Underscale spend an average 1.8 nights. Average 2 nights. And what you can get out is that you can interpret and say that, okay, in 1.8 nights, or 2 days, the tourists can see everything there is to see again. No, you cannot do that. Because there is so much more to see. The problem is, they don't know about it. There's not enough information. It's like going to the supermarket. Okay? You go there, you go to the supermarket, full of products. You have a choice. You can pick what you like to buy. You can pick what you like to visit. But if you go to the supermarket, the shelves are completely empty, you have nothing to buy. Same thing tourism. We don't have a supermarket where we put products, but we do have the need to provide lots and lots of information so people will know what they have to do while they're at the destination. Because we want them to stay longer. Because if they stay longer, they will spend more money. You know that in accommodation, that's where the tourist spends the most money. After, with accommodation, accommodation is where they spend the most time, followed by food. Okay? About 50% of what the tourist spends is on accommodation, but 25% is on food, so it's another 25% for other expenses. So, creating new attractions and reasons to visit. Okay? We're in Passage, we have a market study, we know why they come. We know what motivates the person to come to Passage. Okay? Now let's come up with different reasons. What else can we provide? What other reasons can we provide for the tourist to come to Passage? So we have to work on more reasons to visit. Promoting, preserving, and maintaining local cultural heritage of the resources. I'll go over this as we go on. Interpretation. We not only want to know about a specific monument, we want it interpreted. We want to know why. So it's not just information, it's interpretation. It's also communication, but take it a step further. And provide a diversified range of accommodation units and other tourism services that are acceptable to tourists. So this is basically tourism 101, introduction to tourism, okay? So in terms of how do we, what objectives and how do we meet those objectives. Then what I lecture quite a bit about is current and emerging trends in tourism. To unfreeze the past, we need to understand how to consume things. And there has been many, many changes. Okay? The South Shuttle technology has a lot to do with it. Cheap transportation, low cost airlines has a lot to do with it. So we have to follow these trends and think that we need to change. So, contemporary relationships, globalized world, challenges that present in the digital world, institutions and values are questioned. Increasingly, we question everything. Think about yourself. Do you agree with what you see, or are you more critical? You question more of what goes on in your life. And this happens with everyone in society. Now I'm going to show two images of this was the past. This is a traditional picture of a family around the table. The father, the mother, the son, the daughter, smiling faces, having a meal, talking to one another. Okay? This is what we grew up being involved with. This is what we have today. Is there a difference? Yes. So we are changing how we look at life into this. So if this is the change, then in tourism we also have to change. If we don't change, we are not competitive. So technological evolution changes, technology changes, heritage priorities are being called into question. Last time we had a wonderful visit to a beautiful part of the Passage, but it's something that we are increasingly also questioning. Why are we giving so much importance to that type of cultural heritage and not others? Okay, so this is what I will be also exploring for the next few minutes. Traditional concept of cultural heritage. If you look at UNESCO, and you know that what we saw last night was classified 30 years ago. But if you look at UNESCO, how they are classifying heritage in the last few years, there's tangible heritage, classification. Intangible heritage, boom. All of a sudden, we are giving more importance to the intangible and less to the tangible, looking at UNESCO figures. Look, the last few years, what has been classified? In Portugal, Fado, classified, Campo Lanchano, what else? Well, look at astronomy, for example. But, some people make a slight error. Some people say the French astronomy has been classified. French astronomy has not been classified. What has been classified is the French meal experience, which is different, including food. But it's not only about food, it's the entire form of how the French eat. You go to many restaurants in France, and you don't pick the food and then the wine. You select the wine and then the waiter tells you, with that wine, you should eat this food. So all this tradition, all this culture, this lifestyle, is what is going on in society today. And in a world of constant change, society needs to adapt and prepare for the future. We need to unplug the freezer. Let the ice melt, because if you look at it, you have something frozen, solid. You turn off the freezer, it melts. So you have a new form. You have something new to work with. Same thing that we have to look at in tourism. You have to look at it as a different form. marketing at work, and yesterday, a friend from Poland presented on. There you are, okay. On destination branding, very, very nice presentation. But we have to look at the way we segment, the way we look at our market specifically. Okay? It's all about that issue, right? Where they come from. It's all demographical, behaviors. It's more about psychographic. How they think, their lifestyle. Okay? So the new buyers, I mean, a few years ago, we were boom, speaking about the new tourists. Okay? So here I'm thinking more and more general to the society. The new buyers are becoming more and more enlightened in the end when it comes to tourism. It's all about lifestyles. Increasingly, we want to segment based on lifestyles. So here's basically from these authors here, lifestyle rules, different expectations. Okay? So the segmentation, they have different expectations. So we have to different design of the products, of the promotion, of the prices, of the places. We have to do things differently. Not only the supply of tourism, but the relationships and how we communicate it to the potential consumer. Also here, I'm studying Wales, and this here because pilgrims, yeah, some are more static, they go very slowly, they take longer to reach the final destination, but we have much dedicated access, so we segment based on your physical effort. And so new forms of segmentation. Here also, consumers in the driving seat. If you look at Google, this would be, again, if you go to attraction to tourism, you will see this is the typical visitor journey. Okay? Previous destination messages, previous information, making bookings, journey. This is the process of the visitor organizing the holidays. This is what Google says. Okay? Google's 5 stages of travel. Dream. First, we dream about the wonderful holiday that we want to have, the wonderful pilgrimage that we want to undertake. Then we plan it. Then we book it, we experience it, and we share it. Increasingly, we like to share everything that we do. Share in terms of we want people to know what I did. Right? What are the selfies for? So we can put it on Facebook, and I can well, I was in Santiago, I was in Patrick. We need to share our experiences. We have that psychological need. So, worse than not knowing your customers think like you do. Many actually, oh, by the way, I had 2007 spoke about the baby boomer, and then she went to Generation X, Generation Y, and as much as I would like to explain to you Generation X, Generation Y, the characteristics of each one, because usually I say, okay, now in which do you feel more comfortable with? This would be your parents, this is you today, Generation Y, but not enough time, so we will leave that for another time. But basically, what I want to get across is about segmentation, segmentation, segmentation. Increasing tourism, we want to go special interest tourism, we want to increasingly focus on segmentation, more in a psychographic form. So tours are getting more. Huh? Standardized experiences, environments in hotels, same-old attraction excursions, destinations that have been to before, they're getting more. They need excitement. Tourists want new experiences, new types of accommodation, and if you look at the government in Portugal currently is also considering eliminating the stars in hotels. That's the case. Okay? No more stars. Okay? Because increasingly we're coming up with local accommodation, which is a different classification, boutique hotels, design hotels, rural hotels, all types of hotels. Why? Because we are segmenting. For a specific market, we have a design hotel, a specific segment. For another specific segment, we have design hotels. We have 5-star hotels. We have rural accommodation. All because we are segmenting increasingly more in a more psychographic form. Not where they come from, but how they think, how they act, how they normally lead their lives where they come from. New types of leisure activity, in Portugal we call it animation, okay? Basically is those 8 hours in the day when we need to keep the customer busy, so they stay utility, new destinations, new ways of buying products. So they're looking for new experiences. And the thing about experiences, I'm not going to make much of that because several speakers already spoke about that, but experiences involve the stimulation of multiple senses, of both feelings and but emotions. It's about emotions. May include physical surroundings, like the Geraldo mentioned also, social surroundings and how the consumers interact with the consumer with the physical environment. How will, and we saw the pictures that were presented from our colleague also, about, that was speaking with the old elderly lady along the road. So those types of contacts that we need to establish in the rules. London economics, a key innovation to today's businesses, experiences, and today's environment with ever more sophisticated consumers. Those who deliver memorable customer experiences consistently create superior value and competitive advantage. So this is the approach that we need to take. What sort of tourism do we want for the future? The frozen past, which the consumer does not identify with, or we need to get the frozen past and unplug the freezer. What is the experience seeker looking for? Learning something, telling a story. Does that remind you of anything? Telling a story. Storytelling is a very good form of interpretation. Participate in the cultural lifestyle to experience rather than observe. I want to take part, not just see what local people do. Authentic personal experience they can talk about, they are social and enjoy engaging and interacting with locals. People, the opportunity to be adventurous and travel, all of us are on a challenge. Soft challenge, soft adventure, hard adventure. All of us want some kind of adventure. For some of you, an adventure could be a wonderful meal. What an adventure. 4 hours for lunch, what adventure that was. Others believe in 5 minutes and they want to go out and do some hardcore animation. Right? So different sorts of things. Enjoy a variety of unique and personal compelling experiences on any single trip, they take it on. Anyone here want to go on holiday, a boring holiday? Anyone? No. We want to have fun. So we have to put ourselves in the role of the tourist. They want to have fun. What fun will they have when they visit Pastor? And place high importance on the value for money, credit, the balance, benefits to costs. In other words, increase they want. Good, top quality experience, and you want to pay money. This is what makes it work. Okay, experiences we see everywhere. This is from Veronica's native country, in Brussels. Come get those slave while and experience the way you deserve to be treated. So experiences is a marketing strategy because experiences sell. This is a Portugal, ciência e experiência científica. Again, Brussels, the ultimate coffee experience. Now, what sort of experience do you have in coffee? But, take a step further. The ultimate Italian, a real Italian espresso experience. Now, if you know what an Italian coffee is, it's a very short, something like this, about an hour. You drink it in 2 seconds. Where's the experience? But it sells. This is one of the top brands of coffee in Italy. And they sell with this sort of strategy, promotional strategy. And so talk not only here, the learning experience, this is a kindergarten, preschool. The learning experience, shooting experience at a bank. What experience can you have at a bank? But it sells, it's marketing at work. And also we have to use it in tourism. It's about experience. Should I also say that Santiago is the second most visited attraction in the market? Yes. New tourist attractions. If you go for cultural reasons, if you visit the destination for cultural reasons, you want to visit the market. But not these, in Portugal, in Northern Portugal, we went through this process the last few years of demolishing these old buildings where we had markets and rebuild brand new ones. Big mistake. Big mistake. Because he took away the ambience, the atmosphere, the culture. It's not the same. The new buildings, people don't want to go there. Visitors look at it, why do you go there? And they walk over. And so the frozen past we can use for the new experience. various places. This is in Ashgabat in Turkmenistan. This is me here, trying on, because I want to be old. So I bought a little hat, $100 to pay for it. But I felt old, because I wanted to be like the locals did. That's what I wanted to do. I used it every single day that I was in Turkmenistan. Brought it back to me, put it in the closet, never used it again. Someone wants to buy it. Someone wants to buy it, so let's give 50%. It's brand new, used it half a dozen times, okay? But this is in Barcelona, okay? In Arambos. And this is the Cape Verde. But basically, everywhere I go, I take these are pictures that I take or some sitting right here, which I use for my likeness and which I like to present this. These are, if we want to just slow down, again, like was said by Martin, slowing down. We want to just slow down. We're slowing down. And stay longer, going back to the 5 objectives. Okay? Experiences in unusual landscapes, nature based attraction because tourists want to feel they're in a place they're used to be. Now, pilgrimages is about the landscape. So we have to think about the landscape where we want to do the pilgrimages go through. This is a major command in Portugal, but also a major place for pilgrimages. So landscape, unusual landscapes should be used for tourism experiences. Experiences with popular culture. Popular culture, you can use that to also for tourism. Experiences with local products, more than activities, a way of life. Increasingly, the tourist does not want to buy a souvenir. Souvenir is something that mass tourists buy, not special interest tourists. What special interest tourists want to buy is something that, going around the city last night, I saw local people, what they wear, what they eat, what they drink, and I don't understand that. We have this big festival running in Jan Christel, which is Singapore, brings in 500,000 people in 4 days. Very, very, very popular. And a few 5 years ago, I suggested in a meeting like this that we should use the Vienna shirt, which is a linen shirt with embroidery here. We should have everyone in Vienna use the shirt. You go to the supermarket, we go to the register, the person's wearing the Vienna shirt. You go anywhere and you go to the bank. And those days, that would be that we wear every day the Vienna shirt. And the tourists started seeing it and oh, I want my shirt also. Give you an idea. We have people now in the suburbs of Vienna, the surrounding areas, mostly women, producing shirts all year long, stockpiling. Stockpiling. In August, they sell them 25 euros a shirt. They sell them. So you go to Vienna, and you will see many, many tourists wearing the shirt because they want to feel the local. Like I want to feel my hand in Turkmenistan. They want a shirt. And when they see the locals using the shirt, they also want to use the shirt. And this is how we can get some extra income from these people. It's not a set salary. They go many months without seeing the salary. But then in August, all of a sudden, they get all this money coming in for salary. Oh, here, you know what these are? Usually I don't tell them stories when my time is limited. Let's see how much time I have here. Okay, forget the story, okay? One of the story I was going to tell, you're going to have to come to one of my lectures if you want to hear the story. You know, strawberries, a very simple thing about picking strawberries. Kept the family here for 6 hours because they had to stop picking strawberries. Wonderful experience years ago, they're still talking about it with my family. So he said, I'm not going to that because we don't have the time. Experiences build traditional buildings for accommodation. I'm also very involved in rural tourism and getting people in villages to restore these buildings that are going into ruin and turning them into this sort of accommodation. Simple self-catering for a specific segment also. Basically, explore nostalgic potential destination, and here the gastronomy, the agriculture, the crafts, the folklore, landscape, all this can be used to promote tourism. Because this increasingly, the last time, this is what increasingly tourists are looking for. Food also, food is hot. Food tourism, worldwide, popular here at the moment. Tourism is tourists are looking for. Wherever they go, they want food. They want the local food. So we are going away from those Italian and French, those traditional, very well known, to people who are going to destinations for specifically because of food. Unknown food they want to visit. And Portugal is also playing a bit with this in terms of promoting this in the abroad, so we get tourists in for this kind of tourism. But it's not just about the food, remember? It's about entertainment. We want to be eating, but be entertained at the same time. Atmosphere for experience, not so much to deal about the socializing. This paper was taken in Azerbaijan. A friend of mine here from Latvia. And many times in Turkey, it's the very simple things that go a long way. Here you see the smile, and smile in tourism, I say that smile is the biggest indicator of quality. If our tourist goes away with a big smile on their face, we have a top-notch product. If they don't go away with a smile on their face, I don't care what definition you get from the textbook. Your product's not good. You have a smile and you do it. And here's the smile. You know what the smile is all about? She's used to in her country for working served and in class picture. And here they're serving a Korean job, which is kind of fascinating. And for about an hour, we were talking about the clay job, and they could you also got involved in this, all because of a very simple thing, a clay job. Local things, what local people do that we are not used to, we find fascinating. And we have many, many things in our small villages, in our hometowns, that those little things that we do not, that we take for granted, that we should be using for tourism. So we're moving away from tangible to intangible tourism resources. From Richard back to 2011, from built heritage, museums, monuments, beaches, mountains, to image, identity, lifestyles, atmosphere, narratives, storytelling, creativity, media. This is where we're going away from this into this. We're having paella for lunch. Okay, very nice. We'll have paella at the table. I would much rather go in there an hour earlier, learning how to prepare the paella, paying of course, and then eating when I have paid. So instead of paying 20 euros for the meal, I'll pay 30 because I'm paid. So I'm having value based on something that I did. Now, I usually do the same stuff with my students also. Okay? Let's go back a bit about tourists going to cultural destinations. 1980s, if you went to your library and you look for books, 1980s, you'll see heritage tourism. That's what was so popular back in the 1980s. 1990s come along, and all of a sudden you speak more about cultural tourism. This is all about culture. But we publish differently. The 21st century comes along, and we start talking about creative tourism. Okay? So here it's basically seen. Okay? Someone mentioned the Japanese tour guide yesterday, Marco, mentioned Japanese. Well, yeah, 1980s, we had the image of the Japanese coming along with their cameras. They're happy. They took a picture, they're out, that's fine. They just wanted to see it. 1990s come along, they want to see it, and they want to do something with it. 21st century comes along, creative tourism. By the way, anyone know what the concept of creative tourism, where it was first mentioned, where it started? I'll just say this, because in tourism, we're always marketing ourselves. We're always selling. And when it gets to this, I also always pointed out, it was by Raymond and Richard back in 2000 at Winter University, something close to this, Winter University, Viana in Portugal. So where I come from, this is where creative tourism was first mentioned, and since then, it's gone a long way, and it's going worldwide. It's a trend. It's something that we are doing. And basically, it's something about the tourists wanting to see. They want to do. They want to learn what they are seeing and doing. Alongside of learning, they want to be entertained. But then they want to be involved in producing that experience. And also, we then want to just have a good relationship. Because we want to go away from thinking Maria in 20 June, tiny little village in National
2 minutes.
And she did
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, big problem. Okay. Fine. So let me go very fast to this. I apologize. Heritage increasingly less about the past, increasingly more about presenting the future, education, and management. They connect local people, culture, and heritage. Food, local restaurants, traditional markets, producers. Provide information about local heritage, culture, landscape, and also storing the word depth. Source for another products, locally promote the fact. So it's more about the ambiance, you can get stuff anywhere. So it's the ambiance that you need to create, and you need to articulate tangible and intangible heritage. Okay? So we have a paradigm shift. What does it mean for tourism? Like I said, I'm sorry if I have to maybe I'll pass time to do this. New ways to engage with visitors. Novelty. Increasingly, our society is seeking out novelty. We want new things. We have to be constantly inventing new things. Can old structures offer new experience? And this is what Charlotte was also mentioning. We have these old structures. Can we use these, the municipal market, old structure to provide new experiences for tourists? We need to make that association. Social networks, future taking the selfie. Embrace the role for social spaces. Again, that was mentioned previously. Social spaces need to be created. And everyone knows the answers are there, but they need to know why. Last night, you may remember, okay? So one of the most powerful important tools is storytelling. We got a very good example of it last time. Heritage World has to do with social bond, culture, entertainment. All of us want to be entertained. If you are a professor, you teach, you have to be entertaining because your students expect it. If you go out for dinner, the waiter has to be entertaining because it is expected. We are living in a culture of entertainment. And in tourism, we have to also follow that trend. We need a different way of thinking in order to improve the tourist attractiveness of pilgrimage routes. Let me pass it further on. So it has to come some the other way. Again, the pilgrim tourist, the dilemma, which also was also presented here earlier. I'd like to use the last three here. It's difficult to draw a line between pilgrim and tourist. And a pilgrim is a tourist. Timothy was just last month in Turkey, I like this story, but I don't want to explain too. If a pilgrim is half a tourist, then a tourist is half a pilgrim. I like that the way you refer to that, okay? Okay, these are some of the studies that we did that I did with my students, 2003, undergraduate students. What I'm going to show next from 2011 to 2013, and then we have one more from around 2 years ago that was just published recently. Okay, so these are the sort of studies that we did with the students. Very quickly, we did the study of what does it mean. I'll show here where coming from one direction to the other, it's the crossing going into Spain, where if you start the Portuguese Camino, you have to cross the Atlantic. So we had the students there, they interviewed the pilgrims when they were there. So what is the primary purpose of the pilgrimage? Here you can see leisure, recreation, religious, religious, social purposes. So the top three, okay? With whom are you traveling? Friends, mostly, couple, number of people, 39%, 2 people, 3 people, so very small groups. Okay? More about the local capital, you start the pilgrimage type of transport, okay? Porto, Valença, okay? And then what Martin showed us was Tui and Valença, which is one is on the other side of the river from the other. So if you combine the two, it's about 20,000 pilgrims there. How they arrive. So we have all this information that we are using to work with local municipalities to develop the pilgrimage trip. Why did you choose the Portuguese Camino, landscape, culture? That's why I'm asking, did the pendulum change? It's not about religious motivations, it's about other sort of motivations. Have you visited anyone with an interest in Portugal? What like most of the pilgrimage, the landscape, people, and hospitality? So these two, landscape, people, and hospitality, this is what we need to focus on. What like leads to the pilgrimage, some pilgrimage hospitals, that I heard by a bit. Why? Because, again, the tourist is looking for high quality in very low price. In the hospitals, we are thinking pilgrim coming for sacrifice. They want simple food, simple service, and they don't pay much for it, So The problem is that we are getting a customer for the hostels because they want to live. They want to live in the role of the building. But the problem is they're looking for more quality that the hostels are not offering. Because the hostels are prepared for another segment, which is the religious children. And this is another study that we did for religious sites. And this would be expected for visiting religious sites, country of origin. But two that stood out was China, 2.7%, and Chinese visiting Roman Catholic religious sites, and Russians. And if they are visiting these sites, most likely they will also be wanting to do the pilgrimage to Santiago. So here we have these markets that are emerging that we have to think, what do we want to do with these markets? Here also, what's the main reason for visiting the area? What would be your main last memory of the visit? The personal group, but what caught my attention also was that in visiting these sites, they say on average 52 minutes. 52 minutes is enough time to go, visit the church, see the surroundings, and in tourism, we are thinking about tourism, having to spend some money. 52 minutes is not enough for them to spend money. So we have to find ways of keeping them here long. Customer satisfaction, again, but here, one of these we have difficulty many times in is a pilgrim tourist or not. Well, let's consider pilgrims as they are tourists. They're part of the crowd. After all, if there are no pilgrims, there is no pilgrimage track, no pilgrimage tour. So instead of putting it on the demand side, put it on the supply side. Pilgrim is part of the product. They are not tourists. Because again, without pilgrims, you have no pilgrimage tours. So they are part of the product. Because this is causing a lot of confusion in who has to make decisions. Recommendations for improving the pilgrimage experience. Basically, this has been mentioned by Charles, so I don't go into many feedback. Almost done. But it causes over commercialization, lack of innovation. And innovation is basically we are afraid to take risks. So we will innovate. And politicians usually have lots of difficulty in taking risks. They did not take risks because gold trucks take. And that was the problem. Very quickly, the mapping needs to be done so we know exactly what we need to, what we have to offer, and also what are the tracks are less appealing and how we can turn it around to make it more appealing to tourists. More coordinated organization, also repetition of what I presented earlier. Improved signage, increasing it all in the bigger towns. Pilgrims usually say once they get to Marcel, once they get to Montpellier. In the bigger town, there's no signage, there's no information. A longer route there is, but once they hit these bigger towns, there's not any more information about. Very quickly develop a transportation plan. Prepare for guided experience, so we had last night, very nice guided experience. Improve cooperation to the regional stakeholders, increase the quality and diversity and languages of the information available. As you can see, we are getting increasingly diversified markets. Create a tour to the past, because many times we have these paths go through main roads. This is a project that's been promoted by Heritage South in Galicia and for Portugal, 4 million years to develop the project. And this is the coastal way. But here, when we get to this area here, the coastal it goes into different paths. And here is what causes the problem. Because everyone wants the path to, okay, these houses want to over here, that's what will be, there's a major problem with municipalities and agreeing to where it should go. Okay, all beds, every 20 kilometers or so, okay. Detailed information, particularly the main towns, total price spread in restaurants, conservation, usually who maintains the path, no one knows. So many times you decide what setting gets lost, but who is going to manage? What was the management plan for the route? Connections with local people. Network of trails, engage with disability specific experiences, expected informational activities, source food, again, the food, not just the, but because one, something that also Martin showed, in these smaller villages, people tend to, the pilgrims or the interacting more with tourists, and the bigger towns get developed. So it's the small villages we have to concentrate also to provide these experiences. The local food, okay? The local people can probably make some meals that are home except for the villagers. And maybe beautiful foods to be also linked to the offer. Okay, traditional strategies of experiences, credit development, technology, opportunity, technology, is something that we haven't focused much on, but very, very importantly, because not everyone can make the entire road given your very busy lifestyle, but they want to do a lot of it online, the technological means, whatever statistical pages. If people arrive here in Portugal, where do they start? Probably should be, the tourism office should probably be prepared to orient, prepare the pilgrim, that is not the case. And lastly, decision needs to be made, change needs to happen. So I'll give you 3 simple quick questions for you to reflect on. First one, it's the last one. How do you promote change to meet the needs and expectations of every European tourist market? Secondly, whose mind would you like to change? So it's about change. Decisions that have to be made, changes that have to take place, who's going to make these changes, and what would you like to change? So let's start thinking. If we want the pilgrimage group to meet the trends, what's in the fashion today in tourism, we need to unfreeze what we have, and we need to innovate the pilgrimage group. So changes need to be made, decisions need to be made, who must make those decisions, what changes need to be made, and who will make those changes. Sorry for taking so long. Like I said, I could have 2 or 3 hours of this. Wonderful stories along the way. I apologize for taking this longer.
Vamos a hacer una pausa ahora. No, pero vamos a ir más. We are going to.
Well, thanks everybody. We're going to do a pause now, a break. We are really going to do the visit to the Holy Week Center later. Program. So, the ones who were yesterday in Philosophy y Letras stay here to have a coffee. The other ones that were here yesterday come with me to have a coffee to Philosophy y Letras. After the pause, after 15 minutes coffee, quick coffee, we come here, we listen to at least one of the 2 pending presentations of this morning, and the other one probably we will move it to the afternoon panel. Okay, so let's go for a quick coffee and see you later in 15 minutes.
Déjame doy el aviso de las listas que me encargó. Que no hace falta, que ya terminamos.
Pero es que tenemos que tomar café de todas formas.
Ya, pero vamos, que me refiero que como te acuerdas que te dije que si queréis cambiar o algo.
Sí, ya me lo
hace
dijo
falta.
ella.
Is just another message is sign.
Just to tell you that I'm going to have the list for the meals of today and the dinner for today. So you have to say yes or no if you are going to have it today, and also to confirm your assistance to the travel of tomorrow. So you can put in yes or no also, and we have the attendance list of the previous days and the next day that we are having for this course. Okay. So I'm going to be having that in the table before yesterday, so I'll be there.
Please sign in every list and be serious. If you say you are going to eat with us or have dinner, go. Let's go.
seguir, entonces el turismo de masas es el turismo religioso. Porque es que
Quer parar?
y se para.
Desculpa, fala aqui.
No, pero
Sí, sí, van a iniciar la presentación.
Okay, so we are going to start with the next, sectioners. We have here, we have, Rafael Pitao, teaching for music education and research center for music education and research of music instrumental and professor of order for instrumental music in the order of the School of Music of the Canadian Specialist here. Education from the National University of Michigan. And has been found 35 years of social science, teacher of social science, and selective researcher as teacher and selective researcher in teaching, analysis of content, generation college educational content related to college and is a social educator and has a degree of social educator and has a degree of social educator and has a degree of social studies in social and research and biological applications of cultural research and its application in cultural education. So the title of this presentation is overall and so the title of this presentation is overall and different information groups. Common themes, different information groups. Common themes, different perspectives.
Buenos días. ¿Puedo? Martín. Buenos días. Muchas gracias, Martín, por invitarnos y poder exponer un poco nuestra parte de investigación que estamos desarrollando este grupo. A partir de diversas conversaciones mantenidas entre quienes conformamos esta mesa, surge la reflexión en relación a la circulación de los hechos religiosos que parten desde el viejo mundo y se instalan en América. Es decir, toda la influencia que ha tenido España y se instalan en América. Es decir, toda la influencia que ha tenido España cuando descubrió América. Desde distintas perspectivas, aunque con un origen común, la fe se manifiesta de diversas maneras. La evangelización, la vía de peregrinación, la devoción mariana, etc. En España, el contexto de surgimiento de la Virgen de Guadalupe se trasladará a América, es decir, a México, concretamente, donde tendrá un arraigo y se constituirá como, sobre todo en México, en el icono de mayor veneración. Por otra parte, en su afán de demostración, los padres jesuitas incursionan a lo largo del territorio americano, desde Venezuela hacia el sur, dejando huellas indelebles en lo que conoce como el territorio de la Chiquitanía de Bolivia y en Misiones en Argentina. Y también, por supuesto, la devoción de la Virgen de Guadalupe en México.
The work in progress they are presenting deals with the common pilgrimage and religious tourists between America and Spain. For example, the devotion to Guadalupe and the missions, Jesuit missions in Chiquitania, the religions that they are working
sesiones abarcan una visión general desde esta perspectiva de circulación y en lo particular sobre la realidad actual de la misma como ruta de difusión turística y cultural, tomando ejemplos como el Camino de Santiago y también un camino que ya lleva haciéndose desde hace unos años también a Guadalupe. Bueno, en realidad la peregrinación a Guadalupe, a la Virgen de Guadalupe de aquí, se desarrolla desde siempre, pero bueno, ahora últimamente se está fomentando y se está haciendo caminos nuevos, ya no solamente el de Carlos. En México y las reducciones jesuíticas de Chiquitas en Bolivia y en Misiones en Argentina. Ahora le voy a dar paso a Jorge, que va a explicar un poco todo el tema del turismo y las vías que se pueden realizar y desarrollar en la chiquitanía en Bolivia. Jorge.
Gracias.
Jorge, well, they have also as a model the pilgrimage route of the Camino de Santiago, but also here very important the pilgrimage to Guadalupe, Guadalupe Extremadura. It's been secular for centuries, important, very important pilgrimage for Spain. And it's also a very important, of course, motivation for pilgrimage in Mexico and America. But now they are going to present the region of Chiquitanía in Bolivia and the cultural heritage that there.
Sí.
En primer término, quiero agradecer al grupo de investigación de MUSA-EXI, a la Facultad de Formación del Profesorado, que han hecho posible que esté presente en este ambiente. Muy buenos días.
No, es que este yo creo que no está entendido. Ahí. Ahí. Sí.
En Bolivia, al igual que en el resto de los países latinoamericanos, no se puede hablar de grandes rutas culturales como la del Camino de Santiago o como la ruta de Carlos V. Sin embargo, existen sitios culturales y santuarios religiosos. Allí, en Bolivia por lo menos, las creencias religiosas populares son producto del mestizaje cultural que ha entremezclado los principios del cristianismo con las creencias nativas. Una prueba de ello son las fiestas religiosas que se realizan en casi todas las ciudades de Bolivia y en los pueblos incluso. Estas fiestas, por ejemplo, la fiesta de la Virgen del Socavón, que se celebra en Oruro, que coincide con el Carnaval de Oruro, la fiesta de Urcupiña, que se celebra en la ciudad de Cochabamba, la fiesta de la Virgen de Cotoca en Santa Cruz. Estas festividades se caracterizan por la asistencia de multitudes de fieles de la devoción mariana, herencia española. Estas festividades
Jorge Dávila is introducing the religious devotion in Bolivia. It's very similar to what it is in America. It is some secrets of the religious Catholic beliefs of the Spanish with the pre-Hispanic religious ethnic belief. And
decía, estas fiestas religiosas se desarrollan con entradas folclóricas, misas cantadas y desde luego el jolgorio popular. Los miles de visitantes que arriban a dichos santuarios los realizan con diferentes motivos, ya sea para pedir bendiciones a la mamacita o virgen, para que les vaya bien en sus trabajos, para agradecer por algún favor recibido, por haberlos sanado de alguna enfermedad incurable o por otros motivos. Su devoción lo expresan muchos de rodillas entrando al templo, mediante rezos y encendiendo velas, y se despiden con la promesa de volver el próximo año.
In this we can see thousands of people going to pray to Virgin, to devotion, to thanks, or to ask for favor. And we can see these images that are not so common now in Spain of priests going in their knees, walking until the Virgin.
Como se puede apreciar en el mapa, los jesuitas estuvieron presentes en América del Sur y fundaron las misiones en Maynas, actualmente el Perú, región del Perú, la misión de Mojos en Bolivia, en el actual territorio de Beni, y la misión de Chiquitos en el actual departamento de Santa Cruz, la misión del Paraguay, de eso hablará Zulma. En la región oriental del departamento de Santa Cruz, conocida como la Gran Chiquitania, donde se fundaron las reducciones jesuíticas entre 1692 y 1767, existe una ruta turística denominada el Circuito Misional, que recorre a lo largo de algunas antiguas misiones, como San Javier, Concepción, San Ignacio, Santa Ana, San Miguel, San Rafael, San José, pero que aún no está totalmente consolidada. Gracias a las gestiones realizadas por el Vicariato Apostólico de Chiquitos y por el Vicariato Apostólico de Ñuflo de Chávez, en la década del 70 se inició la reconstrucción de los antiguos templos jesuíticos. Ambos vicariatos tienen jurisdicción en la Chiquitania y desarrollan una gran labor pastoral y social entre los chiquitanos.
We are talking about the Jesuit missions that are in 3 countries, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay. Centering in Bolivia, we have the missions of the Great Chiquitania, and a very good called missional route, crossing or passing by these missions. Jesuit missions founded in the 17th and 18th.
Durante el proceso de reconstrucción de los antiguos templos, se hallaron miles de partituras musicales en los templos de San Rafael y Santa Ana. Y más tarde se descubrieron también miles de partituras en las misiones de Mojos. Todas estas partituras musicales se encuentran hoy en el archivo musical de Chiquitos y en el archivo musical de Mojos.
Thousands of music seeds have been found in the missions, in the archaeological works, missions. So now they are kept, safeguarded, and studied in the National Archive.
A raíz de estos hallazgos se inició un proceso de revalorización de la cultura chiquitana. Se creó el Plan Misiones con la colaboración de la AECI, Agencia Especial de Cooperación Internacional, entre cuyos trabajos se encuentra el levantamiento de un inventario de los bienes culturales de los templos jesuíticos.
Thanks to the collaboration of the Spanish Agency of Development, they have started programs of restoration of the missions and studying the cultural heritage.
La UNESCO ha declarado a las misiones de Chiquitos, ubicados al noreste de la ciudad de Santa Cruz de la Sierra, como Patrimonio Cultural de la Humanidad, por ser el único territorio vivo que queda del pasado de las organizaciones jesuíticas en el continente americano.
UNESCO has declared the missions World Heritage, for they are the last unique living heritage of these
Un patrimonio vivo que se puede comprobar por la muestra de la cultura y el arte chiquitano, que son diversas y valiosas. Así lo atestiguan los hermosos templos construidos en base a madera y adobe. Pero no solo pervive los elementos de su cultura material, sino también por el hecho de haberse mantenido como una cultura viva, que mantiene hasta la actualidad muchas de sus tradiciones misionales.
There is no, not only the wooden bricks, buildings, very beautiful as we have seen in the pictures, but also a lot of traditions, customs, and as you can see, music bands, performance, reproducing music, cultural tradition of the tradition of Italy.
Uno de los elementos culturales, por ejemplo, son los cabildos indígenas, institución española que se mantiene hasta hoy. Además de la conservación de algunas tradiciones artísticas, como la construcción de instrumentos musicales, como Kuzen Urubichá, la ebanistería, los tallados con motivos religiosos u otros, sin menospreciar las artesanías de cerámica, tejidos, bordados, etc.
The Cabildo is one of these sacred traditions. Cabildo is the institution founded by the Spanish there, and it is still alive and continuing in Bolivia. And also all this richness in music, in the arts, and other cultural heritage.
También se conserva el idioma bésiro, o más conocido como el chiquitano, que fue la lengua hablada elegida por los jesuitas como elemento integrador de las etnias nativas durante la evangelización y que pervive hasta la actualidad.
Language chiquitano is also something that is alive and still safeguarded. Chiquitano language was the language chosen by the Jesuits to be the interchange language between the ethnic people in this region and the Jesuits.
La música es sin duda otro gran elemento que ha subsistido a la expulsión de los jesuitas. Después de los hallazgos de las partituras musicales, han surgido iniciativas como la creación de APAC, Asociación Pro Arte y Cultura de Santa Cruz, que se propuso la difusión de la música misional, para lo cual realizó el primer Festival Internacional de Música Renacentista Barroca Americana Misiones de Chiquitos. El último realizado fue el 11º Festival del 22 de abril al 1 de mayo del presente año.
Music is also preserved and put in value through associations that organize festivals. We have celebrated the 11th Festival of Renaissance and Baroque Italian music.
Como consecuencia del éxito alcanzado por el primer festival, autoridades y pueblo de las antiguas misiones jesuíticas han creado escuelas de coros y orquestas en sus respectivos municipios y a la manera de los misioneros jesuitas. Y la música ha vuelto a resonar en la Gran Chiquitania como en los tiempos jesuíticos.
Music has sounded the same way that before, three centuries ago in Chiquitania did, because they used the same instruments, same music, and we can find quite the same music that it was played 300 years ago.
Sin embargo, de las iniciativas anotadas, consideramos que hace falta un plan de desarrollo de dicha región para aprovechar su gran potencial turístico, dado que la Chiquitania se encuentra en la zona amazónica de Bolivia, rica en recursos naturales, con exuberante flora y fauna. Allí se encuentra el Parque Nacional Noel Mercado o Huanchaca, un área con diversidad de pisos ecológicos y que también ha sido declarado Patrimonio Natural de la Humanidad.
There is still a need to put in value all these resources of the region, as we have seen, the landscape is so important for cultural roots, as this national park of Noel Mercado o Huanchaca.
En esta región se encuentra también las ruinas de la primera fundación de Santa Cruz en 1561, un área histórica de la época de la conquista y los primeros asentamientos españoles. También se
Cataratas of Iguazu, waterfalls of Iguazu, one of the most important touristic attractions.
Si bien los inicios del turismo en Misiones tienen que ver con el aspecto geográfico y las maravillas naturales que allí se encuentran, Misiones también es el espacio donde se han conglomerado la mayor cantidad de grupos inmigrantes de todo el mundo. Por lo tanto, es considerada como la capital nacional del inmigrante. Por ello también se encuentra en esta provincia la mayor cantidad de religiones que existen en un mismo lugar en la Argentina. Estos grupos que migraron hacia allá aproximadamente a partir de 1917 han ido conformando iglesias monumentales y festividades religiosas que forman parte de una cultura que nace de esta diversidad étnica, iglesias urbanas y pequeñas capillas rurales que pueden ser visitadas a través de este circuito de turismo religioso, así como lugares de peregrinación y de devoción popular.
Even though the first initial tourism in Misiones was the ambiental, natural landscape tourism and tourism, there is a very rich heritage coming from a mixture of ethnics and the coming of religions, building these kind of buildings and process that were, as we can see in the picture, that has the potential, great potential for tourism.
Esto favoreció el surgimiento de una multiplicidad de fiestas religiosas, creencias y devociones populares en todo el territorio de la provincia de Misiones, muchas de las cuales se han convertido en estos últimos años en un fenómeno turístico provincial, nacional e internacional, como por ejemplo la peregrinación al Cerro Monje, a las reducciones de Loreto, peregrinaciones a las iglesias de Fátima y Santa Rita en sus festividades devocionales en posadas y celebraciones del santo patrono de cada localidad.
There are many festivities and pilgrimages to different virgins, applications since 100 years ago now, centuries, and they become to be more well known as touristic attractions.
En esta provincia, también entre los años 1609 a 1768, se asentaron las misiones jesuíticas. Estas estaban conformadas por 30 pueblos que abarcaban Brasil, Paraguay y Argentina. Sí, decía que en esta región, entre 1609 y 1768, también se asentaron las misiones jesuíticas y que abarcaban 30 pueblos que abarcaban Brasil, Paraguay y Argentina.
1609 to 1768, Jesuit missions were also founded in these regions.
Misiones presenta sus raíces más profundas en los cimientos jesuíticos guaraníes, considerando los primeros habitantes de esta tierra.
They are the Guarani ethnic, the ones that were living there when the Jesuit came, and the ethnic population.
Testimonio de una experiencia única en Misiones son estas reducciones de las que quedan únicamente ruinas. Santa Ana, Nuestra Señora de Loreto, San Ignacio Miní y Santa Ana la Mayor, que a diferencia de las misiones de la Chiquitanía, como acaba de mencionar Jorge, luego de la expulsión de los jesuitas, estas se conservan como ruinas y no se han vuelto a reconstruir.
As you can see, curiously, they are
stone made, but they are only released now differently as Tiquitania because they were exposed and after destroyed.
De las reducciones quedaron las riquezas arqueológicas, la escultura, el trazado de las ciudades, la historia contada en museos, centros de cultura y universidades, ministerios presentes que reunificados en el actual Sur conforman este circuito internacional de las misiones jesuíticas. ¿Y por qué hablo de circuito internacional? Porque estos 30 pueblos, de los cuales estaba compuestas las misiones del Paraguay, como se llamaban, abarcan desde San Miguel, Brasil, las reducciones de San Ignacio, Santa Ana, Loreto en Misiones, y en Paraguay, Trinidad, Jesús, San Cosme y Damián, que hay una ruta turística que une esta vía de camino misional en la región.
We are talking now about 3 countries, Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil, that have these missions and are linked by these touristic routes of the missions. What we can find now, the legacy of the missionaries, is the sculpture, the trace of the cities, the urban trace, and other elements of cultural heritage.
Misiones es una provincia cuyo origen está escrito a partir de las misiones jesuíticas, por lo que el turismo religioso juega un papel fundamental en nuestra región y en nuestra historia. El crecimiento que ha tenido la provincia en el mapa turístico nacional e internacional es significativo en la última década, ya que somos el tercer destino más elegido por los argentinos.
Misiones that owes its name to the Swedish missions. It's therefore so very touristic, religious touristic region, and it has grown quite spectacularly in the last years, being the third destination chosen by the
A través de financiamientos internacionales, hace unos 5 años atrás se han comenzado también a fomentar el turismo cultural en relación a la música misional de las misiones jesuíticas. Para ello se han realizado cursos de capacitación, congresos y el congreso se ha denominado Música Misional del Barroco Americano. Y ahí observamos en la fotografía anterior conciertos que se realizaron en el ámbito de las misiones jesuíticas interpretando la música misional de esa época que en Chilos y Nossos se conserva todavía en vigencia. En nuestro caso, el financiamiento cesó y este tipo de programas no ha tenido continuidad.
Similar as Tiquitania, the music has been also an element that have been restored or put in value by national funding, national projects, but not like in Tiquitania, in Misiones Argentina, the funding stopped, and these kind of posters that the preacher place of missions, they have not had continuity.
Otro destino turístico de ruta religiosa, que en realidad va muy unido el destino turístico al religioso, es el Parque Temático de Santa Ana, que pudimos apreciar también en las fotografías anteriores, una cruz muy grande que se ha realizado se ha empezado a construir a partir del año 2008 y que constituye en este momento uno de los sitios donde se realizan los congresos de turismo religioso de todo el país. Este centro temático de Santa Ana es una ambiciosa obra para la recreación y el turismo y el parque se ubica en uno de los cerros más hermosos del sur de Misiones, que es el Cerro de Santa Ana.
Here, in this place, in the picture, celebrates the Congress of Religious Students, most important country, and since 2008, it was created this natural park, so joining the natural attractions with the religious tourism.
En el área hay museos, centro de interpretación, salón auditorio, restaurante, miradores y senderos naturales donde se puede observar la naturaleza. Y bueno, como decía, constituye en este momento uno de los centros más importantes donde se realizan las jornadas de turismo religioso de la provincia, que es un fenómeno muy reciente. Esto ha comenzado recién hace unos 3 o 4 años atrás. O sea que estamos recién iniciándonos en el camino del turismo religioso en la provincia de Misiones, que siempre ha tenido como preponderancia el camino de las vías naturales y de lo que ofrece la riqueza geográfica de la provincia por sobre el turismo religioso.
So, to all the tradition of natural tourism and natural resources, in this center we can find now museums, interpretation centers, conference rooms and places to and this celebration of religious tourist conferences very recently, since 4 or 5 years ago, becoming a growing touristic.
Bueno, este es más o menos el panorama general de la provincia de Misiones en relación al turismo religioso. Como decía recién, que es un fenómeno muy reciente, ¿no? Así que creo que se ha empezado en este camino y que hay mucho por desarrollar allí. Más teniendo, ¿no es cierto?, como patrimonio de la humanidad todo este sector de las minas jesuíticas y que sí son visitadas, pero no en el sentido del turismo religioso, sino natural. Así que, bueno, seguramente en próximos congresos podré tener algún avance más en relación a lo que es el turismo religioso en la provincia. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, yo voy a hablar un poco sobre el Camino de Santiago, que ya sé que se ha hablado aquí muchísimo, pero yo lo voy a hablar desde la perspectiva de peregrino. He realizado el Camino de Santiago durante 8 años, prácticamente lo tengo casi, o sea, completo casi todos los caminos. En España, y no voy a hacer un poco historia del camino porque me imagino que aquí yo no sé inglés y he escuchado muchas cosas del camino, pero me imagino que se habrá hablado un poco de cómo empezó el camino. En España hay varios caminos, como es el francés, el del norte, el Vía La Plata, el portugués, el Sanabrés, etcétera. Es más, cada día se están realizando y se están añadiendo caminos nuevos. Todos los caminos llegan a Santiago.
Ricardo is going to speak about the Sanchez Way, the Camino de Santiago, but from the pilgrim perspective, who has been during the last 8 years walking the different Camino de Santiago, San Andrés, etc. And he is highlighting the fact that every year almost new ways of Santiago are created.
Durante estos 8 años que he estado realizando el camino, he podido comprobar la transformación que ha habido en el camino, tanto en lo que se refiere al camino físico en sí, que ya se ha decentado muchísimo. Había muchísimas zonas donde las bicicletas, por ejemplo, no podían pasar, y hoy día ya prácticamente desde Roncesvalles hasta Santiago hay una vía en donde las bicicletas pueden pasar totalmente y sin ningún problema. También he comprobado que los peregrinos son distintos, pero incluso los peregrinos son distintos, el peregrino que empieza en San Llano o Roncesvalles que el peregrino que empieza en Sarria. El tipo de peregrino que va a Sarria es más familiar, también van muchísimos grupos de colegio, muchas familias. Es totalmente distinto al peregrino que empieza, que normalmente va solo o va con un grupo reducido de 2 o 3 amigos, etc.
Ricardo was saying that he has had the opportunity to know, to see how it has changed. It has changed the trails to Santiago, for example, for bicycles. It was very difficult 8 years ago for a bicycle to do smoothly the way, because we found many difficulties during the way for bicycle, but now it's quite easy for bicycles to Santiago or Santiago. Also, he's saying the differences between the pilgrims starting from a long distance starting point, like Santiago Port, or those starting in Sarria, the ones coming from longer, they are individual pilgrims, walking normally home, but the ones starting from Sarria, families, school groups, new
groups. También han surgido cantidad de negocios alrededor del camino. Hoy día ya no basta con que el peregrino se encuentre solamente con un albergue que esté bien dotado, sino que el peregrino está demandando nuevas cosas, en la cual se puede, digamos que se puede aprovechar el camino para hacer muchos tipos de negocios. Esto lo voy a hablar un poquito más adelante con el tema de la Vía de la Plata, porque digamos que el camino de Santiago, el más famoso y el que más relación ha tenido siempre con Europa es el francés, que ha servido de una vía de comunicación cultural, arquitectónico, de todo. En el camino francés se puede observar que todas las catedrales fueron creadas a partir de 1200, 1400 a través de la Orden de Cluny, lo cual todas las influencias culturales que venían de Europa, del norte de Europa, vinieron a España a través del camino francés.
He is stating the historical importance of the French way as a cultural connection of architects, as all cathedrals from the Cluny orders and influence the Cluny orders, centuries, 12th centuries, 13th, 14th centuries. This is what we find in the French.
Me quería centrar un poco en la Vía La Plata, porque pasa por aquí, por Extremadura. Es uno de los caminos de Santiago quizás menos conocido, porque el más conocido, como he dicho antes, es el francés, después va el portugués, etcétera. Pero el Vía La Plata, quizás también por su climatología, que en verano es cuando más peregrinos suele haber, pues bueno, aguantar temperaturas de 30 a 40 grados es difícil. Pero, sin embargo, es uno de los caminos que Extremadura debería aprovecharlo, porque tiene muchísima arquitectura romana. Y es un bien y se tiene también que dotar de más infraestructura. El Camino Vía de la Plata tiene los albergues muy alejados, de tal manera de que una persona que quiera recorrer 25 kilómetros, ha recorrido 20 kilómetros y quiere hacer 25 o 26 kilómetros, es imposible, tiene que recorrer otra vez otras 10, 12 o 14 kilómetros, lo cual ya te va a 30 y tanto, y eso es mucho, lo cual hay que dotarlo de más infraestructura. Y eso se tiene que implicar el gobierno, la Junta de Extremadura. Tiene que incentivar a la gente joven para que haga albergue, pero no solamente albergue para recibir al peregrino y que le dé una cama, no, sino un albergue donde es que esté dotado de todo, de información turística de todo tipo, de las ciudades, de caminos extra, de alternativas, etcétera. También aquí se puede aprovechar como el camino. Ya digo que podríamos diferenciarnos con respecto a otros caminos por el tema romano, porque visitar Mérida, visitar Cáceres, visitar Cáparra, visitar Medellín, que aunque no está en el camino, pero también se puede hacer una ruta alternativa. Es muy difícil encontrar estos restos arquitectónicos en otros sitios de España, y sobre todo pasando por la vía La Plata, lo cual los albergues deberían tener mucha información sobre eso y a la vez tener predispuestos de autobuses o algo. Yo me acuerdo, por ejemplo, que cuando llega a esto, ¿cómo se llama? Perdón, se me ha ido el santo al cielo. Donde están los neandertales. No, Atapuerca. En Atapuerca, por ejemplo, cuando se llega, el albergue te da información y a las 4 viene un autobús y te lleva directamente a las excavaciones de Atapuerca, y allí hay después luego una chica o unos chicos que te explican todo lo que es el yacimiento. Bueno, pues eso es una forma. Pues aquí también podríamos hacerlo también con el tema de aguas termales, por ejemplo la de Alange, etcétera, también la de más arriba. O sea que podríamos aprovechar todos los recursos que tiene Extremadura, enfocarlo a través del camino, pero esa información tiene que tenerla todos los albergues y hacer albergues con menos distancia.
Ricardo is centered in La Vía de la what we are going to see tomorrow, and he's saying that it has great potential, but it has some structural problems with the distance of the hostels that are farther than 20 kilometers, for example, as Carlos Hernández stated before, and they lack information, so he's also very familiar with the last presentation in the way that a hostel must give much information and provide the possibility of taking the pilgrims to this cultural heritage monument or element, so they can go back in a bus or in taxi or in car. So pilgrims can also go out with a little of the route to enjoy the cultural heritage. And in this case, the Roman, as in Rome, cultural heritage is very important here. Because we have America, we have Cáparra, we have Cáceres also, and ancient thermal towns or places or sites are also very important, as Alange, Valle Fontemayor, and Museo.
En definitiva, que Extremadura debería aprovechar el trayecto que pasa por la Vía La Plata, o sea, el Camino de Santiago por Extremadura, para fomentar un poco todos los recursos, tanto económicos, sociales, culturales, etcétera, que hay en Extremadura. Y para darlo a conocer es importante que se impliquen las autoridades y que se impliquen los pueblos por donde pasa el camino. Es importante que la gente que cuando llegue un peregrino se le reciba como el peregrino ve y como saluda a los demás. Es importante que se impliquen los lugareños y también las autoridades para dar todo tipo de información de lo que hay en la región. Antes también he dicho, no he dicho nada, pero también el Vía de la Plata también pasa mucho por pantanos, que se pueden hacer actividades acuáticas, etcétera. Y en definitiva aprovechar, y como resumen, aprovechar el camino para fomentar culturalmente y socialmente Extremadura.
So it's needed the local and regional authorities compromise and involvement with the local people also to conditionate and to foster la Vía de la Plata as a pilgrimage route to improve. We can also take the swamps, the lakes as a cultural resource, also to do some water activities. So water can be also a resource, important resource, not only in the thermal sense. administration and the government should really do more for la Vía de la Plata and do the best, very best for la Vía de la Plata as a cultural first importance resource.
Extremadura también tiene un potencial, es un poco utopía, pero que en un futuro es posible que se pueda llegar a realizar. Nosotros hemos hecho investigación sobre las peregrinaciones a México, o sea, a la guadalupana en México DF. Todos sabéis que la Virgen de Guadalupe es una imagen que está en el curo del monasterio de Guadalupe, pero de Extremadura. Lo cual nos hace pensar que, bueno, que cuando los conquistadores llevarían algún tipo de imagen, o a lo mejor una imagen era más difícil de llevarla y llevaron un rollo de lo que sea, de un rollo más de algo, de piel o algo, y apareció allí la Virgen. Son utopías. Pero yo lo que quiero hablar es un poco de que Extremadura podía realizar también caminos que también lo hay, lo que pasa es que no están bien dotados ni de señalización, ni de albergue, está muy mal, está en un estado muy primario. Es el camino que va a Guadalupe, en Extremadura, pero a la vez de Guadalupe podernos trasladar, si pudiéramos trasladarnos a ver también y peregrinar a la guadalupana de México DF. Es totalmente diferente la peregrinación. Aquí la peregrinación son, bueno, recibir, o sea, ver al santo, y sin embargo allí lo que sí se hace muchísimo es danza, se danza a la Virgen en el atrio, fuera, porque todavía los sacerdotes hubo un tiempo donde dejaban danzar a la Virgen dentro de la iglesia, de la basílica, pero después luego ya lo prohibieron, y todo este tipo de danza que podéis observar o se hacen en el patio.
Even though they are pilgrimages to Guadalupe in Mexico and Guadalupe in Spain, we have a very important political challenge to link somehow these two pilgrimages and these two virgins or application to bring Mexicans, for example, to visit, to a pilgrimage to Guadalupe. Here in Extremadura, we have many ways of pilgrimage ways to Guadalupe, and there are some projects restoring and signalizing these ways, but there is a lot also still to do to improve, to enhance the trends of Guadalupe.
Se puede observar que a través de la danza, la influencia que tuvieron los españoles en la construcción, como antes habían dicho los compañeros, en Misiones, en Chiquitanía, la construcción de instrumentos musicales, ¿no?, que es lo que nosotros más hemos estudiado allí en México. Y cuando se danza, pues podéis ver a lo mejor una concha de un azteca, pero a la vez con un violín o con una guitarra, ¿no? Y en definitiva lo que queremos a través de este trabajo es dar a conocer que hay también peregrinaciones y que tenemos que abrirnos, aparte de aquí de la península ibérica y de Europa, tenemos que abrirnos un poco también hacia América y poder hacer conjunción entre los distintos estados, ¿no? Y hasta aquí. Si hay alguna pregunta o queréis decir algo, estamos dispuestos a contestar.
For example, seeing and studying musical instruments, we can find these links so important to our links between America, Europe, Spain, and America, and we can then also open our mind to try to be pilgrims also in America, so in this case, Spanish, or to our particular pilgrims. Opening the debate, I have an announcement to do. I would like Sofía is over there. Pedro López, Sofía. Podemos buscar a Sofía.
I was born in Umbria, near Assisi, birthplace of St. Francis. My region bases its tourism offers around the figure of the saints. The religion tourism annual brings nearly 5 million people in the city, 5 million people. And the result is excellent. But all the tourists are pilgrims. I think we can also bring people not directly concerned with religion, modernizing the Francesco message. The right way to expose idea worth spreading is a TEDx organization. I have organized a TEDx in Assisi. But what is TEDx? Let me show you a very short video to explain it.
Getting access to Kubernetes hasn't always been easy. Back in the day, the only people
Each TEDx event has an argument that serves to explain people the reason why they could participate. In this case, the argument was back to simplicity. A new idea of the think of St. Francis. This is the Basilica of San Francesco in Assisi. And this is San Francis come back to Battle of Perugia. I'm going to read the abstract of my TEDx event to explain you the argument. In the late Middle Age, as today, lands of goods were owned by few and conquered through war. Their power and richness drove the many to return to simplicity. One of the first and strongest examples in history was St. Francis. This rule, founded on brotherhood and simplicity, is still alive today in some phenomena: sharing economy, peer-to-peer, open source, purchasing groups, Internet of Things. Are we going to have our renaissance after the current pioneers of simple thinking? All speakers are divided their speech in 4 macro areas: learning, local, sharing, and resilience. These macro areas are every part of back to simplicity idea. And I show you another little video that I shared in all web. What was my idea? The first idea was introducing TEDx philosophy in Umbria, in my region. And the second was to have 100 people, participants, interested and capable to disseminate the TEDx idea, my TEDx idea. And 15 social media manager chosen by me that they could disseminate properly the idea in the web. And 12 speakers, relevant speakers, very hard to find, and that use very good their social network, also to disseminate the idea. And one goal to spread the storytelling event in local territory and in web. In the local territory, spread was guaranteed by local press. Every newspaper in the Umbria has generated these articles. And in the web, the hashtag TEDx Assisi and the hashtag Back to Simplicity was the way to disseminate. During the event week, the potential views of hashtag related to TEDx Assisi was 4 million and more, 4 million views. All the influencers in the city and here wrote something about TEDx, increasing the connections. Those are some good tweet and post in every social network. a great transmedia storytelling, auto-generated by people that participate to the event, in a super puzzle with all possible point of view. In particular, Twitter was a great way to share the event. This is the organic view, and you can see thousands of views. In particular, in 5 November, the hashtag TEDxAssisi entered in the trend topics in Italy for 7 hours, in the 5th position. Thousands and thousands and thousands of views. Those are some good posts that contribute to this goal. And also Facebook make done its part to increase the dissemination. But this day, Umbrians need TEDx, and people outside Umbria know a different way to know St. Francis. And today, in Madrid, it's an incredible coincidence, tonight, there are a TEDx. Tonight, in Madrid at 9 o'clock. TEDx Madrid, Salón Ideas que cambian Madrid. Thank you for attention.
I know there are some questions. David Valverde asked me a question before. I would like him maybe now to put it in fully, and I would like also to do some other questions. We can now that we're not going to the Hollywood Center, we can dedicate some time for questions, comments, debate. That's something that we have not done very much till now.
Okay, this is a general question for everybody, and everyone else has an answer, and I think I've already asked you this question, but maybe other people in the room, which is, I am very interested in the projects I'm working on now and in future projects on the question of economic impact of pilgrimage routes. By economic impact, I don't mean simply that a certain number of people will walk the route and those people will spend a certain amount of money, because that's a relatively easy calculation to do if you have read to measure the routes. What interests me is the secondary impact. That's to say that the assumption that you would make with the creation of a route would improve the brand of the territories that are being crossed. The development of that brand will bring other tourists. The development of tourist services around the route would additionally create and generate income, and so on. So, since pilgrimage has become in the tourist area an extremely fashionable subject to study, it struck me about maybe a year ago that there must be studies that look at this kind of thing. And I could find lots and lots of studies to talk about it in qualitative terms, to talk about how interesting it is from a tourist point of view, discuss all the things we've discussed here, which is the relationship between what's the pilgrim and what's the tourist, and so on and so on. Lots and lots and lots of material on that. And I didn't find anything that answered this question that I wanted to answer. So, one is either there is something out there which I haven't seen, or which I haven't spotted, or there are several sources which maybe if you put them together, you can start to have answers to this. Or secondarily, if not, then this is an extremely interesting method to start thinking about, start thinking about the possibility of doing a project which I think would be a transnational project looking at different countries, different situations, and so on, and connecting data. So if anyone's got partial answers to this, even if it's a negative answer,
I started explaining it and couldn't finish. I think to answer your question, I would have to cite Jean Monnet from a few years ago. Jean Monnet was the father of the European Union, person who thought a model on which to work. And he said a few years later, after the European Union at the time, the EC, when it was launched, if I had to start all over again, I would start with culture. He started economics, and he said years ago, if I had to start all over again, I would start with culture. Why? And then that applies to this as well. So I think that what a pilgrimage, I think it's the question that perhaps afraid of doing deep text studies, or that we do not want to go stress too much the economic part because it's culture that we want to promote. And if we concentrate on the economic part, we might have a tendency to over-commercialize the route itself, and that's not the idea. That's not what anyone wants, to over-commercialize the route. Culture can contribute to the local economy. We should somehow measure how the local economies are benefiting of the government. That I agree with you. That some kind of study has to be done. But I think it's the economic part that everyone wants to avoid because it would be a tendency to over-commercialize. And I think that's what many destinations are trying to avoid. Concentrate on the culture. The culture will bring economic benefits. Evaluate how culture is being modified in a certain way. But economics is something that perhaps the church also is not too interested in those economic studies. So it could be a number of reasons why such economic studies are not being done.
Okay, thank you. So, in very short terms, I think your answer is no. I think that yes, if you're right, and I think you could well be right, then I think it's a very sad situation. I think it's very sad that because you're afraid of having a certain answer, that you don't ask the question. And you may be right that there are people who have strong cultural interests or religious interests who would rather that the debate not be on that subject at all. The problem is that the debate is on that subject, and this particular conference has the word tourism in it. And as you very specifically said, if you're talking about tourism, we're talking about selling, we're talking about money, we're talking about so on. And if you're talking about development, you're talking about local authorities. And local authorities take the decision to invest not because they think it's a nice thing or because it's good for religion or whatever it is. They think it because it's good for the territory, because they think the territory can develop economically, because it can create jobs, because of all those sorts of things. So, in a way, I think what you're saying re-emphasizes what I was asking in my question. This is sort of a massively useful and necessary subject.
I think as it's not a consensus on how it should be carried out, when it is done, it should be done very carefully.
It should be done very carefully. I think it should be done very carefully, yes. But I mean, if you say you shouldn't over-commercialize, what is over-commercialize? Over-commercialize is you're damaging the asset. It's not sustainable. It's something that is not working well. We're back to the basic principles, I think, of sustainable tourism, which is sustainability, which is development in the long term, which may be slower, which may be more cautious, which may be
to mass tourism. And I think it's mass tourism what is right.
But I mean, if what you're interested in is mass tourism, to be honest, somebody said to me, it is creating a building through the best way towards mass tourism, I'd say that, then you can go that direction. Very much the tourism. I'm doing anything else.
Yes, I would like to.
First, from my point of view, from my experience, I was born in the first wave here. For me, I have very good knowledge about the first wave to Santiago. I found my PhD, my first PhD, for anthropology in a very small town on the festival of Santiago, already the vast range of the Christine Scott. I have 47 years. 47 years. 47. What I want to say, I have observed in this international approach doing a lot of things, the transformations, the change, the effects and the impact, the local professionals, and the experience and motivation of the pilgrims and touring pilgrims. I know that you are saying in a different way the action or the reform position between tourism and pilgrim. In that case, and in others, Martin, Veronica, all the colleagues have studied in Portugal, in north of Portugal, the relationship and the tension between pilgrims and pilgrimage and tourist chain has been changed. Then in one side, the local people have a lot of economical expectations about the development of this cultural road because they represent value for money for them. But at the same time, the technicians and the politicians have other expectations about political things, about development. But what is our responsibility as academics, as technicians, as critical researchers about this kind of development? From my point of view, and I was writing a lot about that, the first is to grasp a knowledge and knowledge about what is happening. For us, from a critical perspective, business, as Carlos said, business is business.
then this type of tourism is an opportunity, we discover the success of the tour bus. Nowadays is a way of broadcasting political, new ideological discourses that is more and they are in context of conflict because the spiritualities, the Muslims are doing the walking the French way to Santiago a lot. Other people of other religions, and we are in a context where we as academics and technicians must be prepared to manage the interculturality, to construct a peace culture and a space to negotiate the diversity, the cultural diversity that we have meet in this chronology.
I think that's extremely useful, what you're saying there, is that there's an issue that everybody's sort of been touching on but not touching on. It's a little bit sort of the elephant in the room, which is the religious issue. I worked for a while on the Indian Congo way, and that was with different countries, Italy, France, and Ireland. And the way it was done was extremely different in each of these countries, because in Italy, there was no question in anyone's mind this was a Catholic project, right? That's to say, when they had some celebration to do with the Coronavirus, then the local bishop would come down and he would bless the crowd, and there was a prayer and so on. When it was in France, it could not be religious because France was a secular country. So it was actually a problem to call it the Chemin de Saint-Colomban. They said, we don't want it to be called the Chemin de Saint-Colomban, but the sound means religious, therefore we like to do the Chemin de Colomban. Finally, they did the same thing, but very, very careful that the celebrations never take place in the churches or near the churches. When you're in Ireland, this is Northern Ireland, completely different here. You have Protestants and you have Catholics. And so the Catholics tended to say, okay, he's a saint, so he's more Catholic, and the Protestants said, well, actually, he lived in the 6th century, and that was before the papacy took over Ireland, so therefore he's a real Christian, but not a Catholic. Okay, and so these were very, very sensitive subjects. But underneath it all, there was this sense that if you could create this route, you could create something that was inclusive, something that was acceptable, that was of interest to Catholics, of interest to Protestants, of interest to people with purely cultural interest. And I used to say, well, you would be really successful in this thing if you saw pilgrims coming and they were Buddhists or Hindus or Buddhists or something like that. And then you would really, and so I think entirely agreeing with you is that we're looking at it from, if you like, a scientific or a technical point of view. You have to take the viewpoint that these pilgrimage routes do not belong to anyone. However, you have to respect that certain religions, these routes have an enormous religious importance. And you can't sort of downplay it, and you can't say, well, you mustn't do this as interesting thing. But that's a little bit of a diversion from my original question.
Nobody else will do this. And this is a tiny word. You can't read it loud.
Because we're
back in 2007 when we did our first market study, one of the things is that they refuse to participate in each of these. For example, you said on the culture, we went out to the tourism, it's two separate things, so it's a case of sensitivity. We can't study the impact of the cultural diversity, the cultural economy, how local villages or so on, communities are developing, coming along. I think when I said that we have to be careful how we carry it out, it means that to be sensitive to the sensitivity of the church to relate religion to tourism. That's what I mean. I agree with you that we need studies to see how what impact, what economic impact is having. Is important to be created, or people get an income from the builders, from the tourists. We need that information. It's that sensitivity that I was referring to, that in some countries it will be difficult to carry that out because of the sensitivity, the nature of the sensitivity of the map.
I just want to make a link between the Mario Pavel presentation this morning and with the issue of the local development or economic impact of pilgrimages or cultural routes. One thing that happens sometimes is that the tourists become an inhabitant. He comes, knows the place, and he says, this is the place where I would like to be. The numbers, like numbers of extending this 1 night to 1.8 night to 2.4 night, in this sense, the numbers are understand over the Spanish, we say in Spanish. So because this former tourist is now in Latin, and it's really spending and making a difference economically in the place, in the city, in the village, or if it's a little village, of course. So, and this happens, I think this happens when tourist management is in the lowest, at the lowest. It happens when he or she feels some kind of authenticity, and some kind of not direct management of his experience. So I think that this is the most wonderful thing that can happen to a place that wants to develop economically through tourists. We have people that go there and say, I want to live here. As a Greek colleague said yesterday, this is the city in Athens where I would like to live all my life. So I said, okay, so this tourist visit has been a lot for you. So this is about this question about pilgrimage statistics and research. I would like to give 2 questions to answer in the panel of this afternoon or tomorrow. Is this one? What is, for example, the prevention of the pilgrimage, or how many pilgrims stay more than 1 night in a place, for example? What pilgrim will be willing to stay 2 days, for example, instead of in one place, to visit more places, or to slow, he's slow, fast, very traveling, as I was saying this morning. This is something that matters a lot for cultural Spanish. And what would be the preparation to go out of the route to see the monument, or to stay in another kind of hotel or hostel? These are things that we are asking ourselves, and we will try to research in our cultural diagnosis and analysis, because I think they have 2 questions very important about pilgrimages. Now, after taking the expression, we will give the microphone to them.
Okay, very patient. He's probably going to talk to us about things like food, production, and interest. I just children when he is in an area where there's a little bit of route to go and have some kind of experience relating to the pilgrimage route, either to go and see a hospital or see people walking on the route or something like that. And I'm sure there are other questions. So can we still start like this? Because I talk too much and you sort of think I would say it's going to go on for the 5 minutes and go to have coffee.
Okay, before we go, we are out of food and wine, but Lucy has something for you to remember our origin.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Is everybody okay? Are you hungry already? You must be, because I am. Because in Portugal it is 10 to 1 and we usually get lunch, have lunch at 1 p.m. so it's almost the time. So we have a little offer for you, something from our thermal center, dermocosmetic products made with our thermal water. It's a line called Aqua, that means water in English, for you to understand. And this is made with the thermal water of São Pedro do Sul. We have a little soap. We use it in the face or in the body, wherever you want, okay? And we hope you enjoy it, you like it. But first I'm going to call the organizers, the partners in here. So please, could you jump in, Matteo, please? We have something for you. Matteo from Italy, probably for your wife, and for you as well. Let me tell you, this is a soap, this is a spray, and this is a body cream, okay? This is from Taylor's Soap, hope you like it, okay? Are you happy? You have something to take to your wife, to Italy. Okay. From Poland. Luis from Poland. Isn't he here? Oh, he's not here at the moment. Oh, okay. So, it's the same for you. Thank you so much. Now, Catherine from Poland as well. He's telling me that you don't deserve, but no, I'm an honest person. I will say, okay. Is it for you? Okay. So we enjoy it, okay? Okay. Now, Aphrodite from Greece. Okay. Okay. For you, enjoy it. Okay. Something directly from Portugal to Greece. Francesco. Where's Francesco from? Italy, yes, the name says, yes, the name. Yeah. Okay, so Francesco, a little offer for you from São do Sul. Hope you like, enjoy it. It's not all. Gergana, okay, from Bulgaria. Okay, so a little present for you. Hope you like it, okay? Okay, thank you so much.
So now,
for all of you, all the rest of you, we have a small offer, a little soap, and I told you, okay? It's made with thermal water as well from São Pedro do Sul. And this is for all of you, okay? To have a little present from São Pedro do Sul. Everyone,
best